Microphone. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. I forgot the microphone today. But we're on. And are you ready? There's a very high chance of mage. I can't help myself. I have to, at the very least, see what is the maximum possible mana that you can get to in the new patch. Because they've buffed mana stacking so much. I have to, at least on paper, see how that looks. So I've got a Shaman, I've got a Sorcerer. Should we open up another one? We'll see if we get to it. Spellblade is going to be my last one that I look at. But we have to do some planning, at least some testing with how much mana stacking we can do. It looks like 2.5 to 3,000 mana is very doable with min-maxed gear. With gear to the moon. Damn, I hate these ads on the side. There we go. We got rid of them. We got rid of them. Alright, you guys ready? So the way I think about it, when it comes to mage, if we're stacking mana, when it comes to Sorc, that is. Yo! Sup, Lotus? How you doing? How's it going? Welcome, guys. Welcome, Niche. Welcome. 300 bonus mana on foot, right? The 10% focus. 10%. Yeah, 10% of missing mana, though. It's not of max mana. It's missing mana. Which is still pretty good. I mean, if you're at the bottom. If you use it all up. If you're out of mana, this thing is going to be absolutely ridiculous. At 2,500 mana. This is going to give you like 200 mana regen per second. Back to last epoch. Yeah, we're doing it. We're going to get it done. We're going to get some builds done today. So, when it comes to Sorc, and when it comes to mana stacking, I see a few different options. Static Orb is an option for main DPS. Meteor is an option. Glacier is obviously an option. Disintegrate has a brand new node. This one right here. I think that's about it, right? I mean, maybe a little bit of Volcanic Orb. Nah, not Volcanic Orb. Even Meteor, though, it doesn't perfectly synergize with high mana stacking. It's not great synergy for high mana stacking. Glacier has some crazy mana regen because of the mana stacking. Static Orb also just obviously has these mana damage nodes as a function of your max mana. Obviously we went over Disintegrate. And then the issue with Meteor is that the synergy with max mana is this World Ender, which we don't really need. You kind of need to be max crit without this node anyways. Like without excluding this node, you want to be max crit regardless. So that synergy is not a synergy. But what we do get is synergy with the belt. With Harbinger of Stars. Did they give Sorc any better mana regen besides the focus change? Yeah, I think so. This one, they buffed this thing. Increased mana regen per 100 max mana went from 3 to 5%. So if you're running 2.5k mana, you know, this is 125%. That's pretty solid. It's not insane, but it's nice. It's 10 mana per second. So, yeah, at 2.5k mana, this is 10 mana per second. They got an extra percent mana node here. I think it kind of is now. High regen, high cost. It certainly is now. Right. It's not extreme, but it's all right. It's all right. So this one refunds your mana when you cast stuff. Like an energy bar in other games. Yo, Wheezy. Welcome, man. Yeah, so that's how I think of it. We have those options. We have Meteor, Static Orb, Disintegrating Glacier are the mana stacking options. Maybe Focus, but I don't think it's very good. These ones over here. Max mana to lightning damage. Yeah, it's not enough. Kind of preliminary. Just assessing options. The one thing I really want to try is Meteor. I kind of want to make Meteor work because it's cool. I like Meteor. William, you're going for Beastmaster with Wolves, then Lightning moves, Warpath Paladin. If you get new one-hander, you were going with Surge Spellblade, but the ward nerf worries you. Yeah, Spellblade might have a hard time surviving. Meteor is still cool, right? Yo, Riverside, by the way. But if we're doing Meteor, Harbinger makes so much sense. Here's what I was thinking. If you go Harbinger, then you go mana on potion, use experimental, and you go there was another mana on potion use thing. Where did it go? Where did it go? Huh. I mean, that's a good point. I forgot about this one, to be honest with you. But that's a good point. So if you're running 120 int, that's actually substantial. So you can pop Lado. The little ones are going to bed. Today it's a Gigo night. Today it's a Gigo night. It's not a no bed, but wait, it's gonna turn soon. Soon it's gonna be no bedtime. All right. Mana gain on 4. There was another one though. There was something else. Mana on potion. Chance to find potions. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Legit agreed. What was it that I was looking at? Maybe it was prefix or something. So this is the experimental one. Oh, this is belt as well. Never mind. Well, you know what'd be cool? Is if you do 2 seconds cooldown reduction. You know what'd be cool? Let's see here. Yo, welcome. If you do if you do cooldown reduction on teleport and get it to reduce your cooldown, reduce your mana cost on stuff. I don't know. That's a bit too memey. But there was something else that gives you mana on stuff. Just one sec. Let me go get those little ones going to bed. One sec. Ah, they're too funny, those little ones. Serpent Strike, let's do it. I think it's legit. There was one more thing that... Check on Discord. What was that a reaction to? Yeah, so the belt... I think it's too memey. We can... I'll put that aside for now. But there was something about mana gained on potion outside of the experimental affix. Where did I see it? Where did I see it? Oh, yeah. It was this new thing. Yeah. This new thing. This catalyst. This new catalyst. See? 30 mana gained on potion use. And it has mana as well on the offhand. So with that, how much would that be? Where'd it go? Oh, you can't select them in here yet, hey? Okay. No big deal, but we can still like do the math on what it's gonna look like. Yo, Rectangular, welcome. Lightning Meteor, I don't think... I think the issue with Lightning Meteor is it takes too many item slots. Staff plus helmet is too many item slots. I like it in general, it's just too many item slots are consumed just for that. But yeah, so between these, and let's say we have like 150 int, you know, let's call it 140. So this is 35 mana per potion. This is 12 mana gained on potion use for each meteor you have cast recently. So you can easily get like 10 meteors recently. So you could get like 200 mana per potion. You could definitely get like 200 mana per potion. So you can unload on a boss, drop all of your meteors, and then pop whatever 9 potions you have. And you're good. And then you're good. And you just max mana. You do the same thing. Recycle. And you get a mana regen for 4 seconds when you use a potion. I think that stacks, right? Increased mana regen for 4 seconds when you use a potion. That stacks, right? So basically that's another 100% mana regen for 4 seconds. That is 8 times 4, that's 32 mana. So that's 32 mana as well. So this is pretty big value per potion use. That tier 7 thing is like 70 or 65 mana per potion use. Isn't there a new meteor unique? A new meteor unique? What do you mean? Which one was it? There's a static orb unique. I don't think this is a meteor unique. There's this fancy staff, Celestial Doom. But again, using a staff is such a big commitment. Such a massive commitment. And also it has a max of 500. Yeah, they need to bring something for the poor old meteor. Yeah, anyway, so that's something I was considering, is like spamming meteors with Harbinger of Stars. And having synergies with potions. How many new items are going to be half broken this time? We have to wait and find out. That is the excitement of the new patch. Well, so let's just see how much max mana we can stack up. Is Lado actually best in slot? Probably not. Hey, we don't have alternative sources of spell damage, do we? This gives you a little tiny bit. Yeah, you don't have too many sources of spell damage. Something like this. What does the Nemesis wand base have again? Mana gained is ward, but not a very high amount. It's a decent amount. Do we have mana spent? Yeah, here we go. 50% mana spent gained as ward. So we're gonna grab all of these bonuses. Except this one, this sucks. Okay. I like stun chance. We have... Oh, we have some good stuff on this tree. Mana and cast speed. That's beautiful. Maybe we should get this thing again. Crit chance. Yeah. We go for this one. This is such a value node if we're wearing a catalyst. If we're using a catalyst. Area for area skills is nice, but we don't have runes. so we'll probably skip it. Crit multi with a wand. Sorcs are much better compared to 1.0, yeah. You made 2 Shaman Avalanche builds to try? Yeah, that's the... So I see 2 issues with Shaman. For Shaman, I want to make some builds, but I see 2, not necessarily issues, but 2 potential weaknesses in that mana regeneration, mana recovery might be a problem. But also tankiness. I'm not sure that it's going to be as tanky as Sorc, potentially. You think Edict isn't worth? Which one is Edict? You think Edict is worth Dragon Breath? Yeah, Edict. I don't think it's worth as well because we don't have runes. Agreed. This is definitely better. 100% better. Because we get 0 value of the ward stuff. The question is, do we want 8% crit multi with a wand? That's pretty good. But let's save it for now because we're running out of points. Now, I don't know if I want to commit on this too heavily. This is nice. I like cast speed. I like max mana. I like CDR. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get 8 points. Well, 8 points is a lot of points. So if we have 100 and something int, yeah, I mean it's decent. Yeah, this is good. This is good. The only issue is that ward decay threshold does not factor into the freaking formula for ward decay. Spine Cloud, you're saying you think I can take down the pinnacle boss next cycle? I sure hope so as well. We'll try. We'll go for the pinnacle boss. I'm not sure if I'll be racing though. It's a big commitment. I think this is a must-have at 5 points. And then we're out of points. Yeah, I think this is good. I don't think we have any more points left to work with. Is this worth it, honestly? Bit of a buffer, you say? We're working on a Sorc mana stacking build. Big commitment though, 8 points, and there's no secondary benefit other than the int. Yeah, except for the int, there's no other benefit. We're also not taking the leech and the pen. Oof, 6 points for this is nice. I don't know, man. Do we drop the Arcane Insight? I mean, we could drop these 3. We cannot drop this. CDR is too good. I don't think we should be dropping the Mantle Catalyst. Huh. Well, it's a good problem to have. Trying to figure out where to get extra points from, I guess. Means the skill tree has been buffed and it's nice, actually. Why rune with Cataclysm? Just for the extra point to unlock Mental Catalyst. We just needed 1 point to dump to get to here. And it's 12 crit chance, so 12 crit chance is alright. You know, I even like this one here with the increased stun chance. So many goodies. What skills? Something with Meteor, but I haven't figured out exactly what. I feel like I want to try to make Meteor work. I like Meteor. Crit ulti? Crit multi? Yeah, I have the crit multi. Do you mean like this one? Oh, this is a little bit too weak, honestly. 7 and 3. It's a bit too weak. The numbers are just a little bit low. I mean, we could replace Mage Flurry with it, potentially. He's Arcanist. Hey, it's int, and we're gonna be stacking int. And the res helps a little bit. It's not phenomenal, don't get me wrong. But it's okay. It's decent value. 1 int, 6 res. So let's say we do like the fire pen. We just need to find 2-3 more points for it. I don't know if that's wrong necessarily. I think that's fine. But I'm just trying with both int and mana stacking. I'm going to try and focus on both. And you know, I put a lot of thought into it, and this seed of Yggdrasil, I want to make it work and I want it to be good, but I'm not sure that it is. Because in order for it to be used, you have to get through your ward. And if the enemies have gotten through your ward, we're not going to be stacking much HP at all. Our HP pool is going to be low. So even though a bunch of it gets diverted to mana before health, we're still going to pop by very low amounts of damage. It's definitely 5 to 1. It's just there's no synergy with ward, you know. Ward protects all of it, and if they're getting to your mana, that means that means they've killed your ward. Yeah, it doesn't work very well with ward stacking. Exactly. If your ward is going to be getting killed multiple times during fights, I don't know. And also 64 mana. Is not as good as 15% mana. You know? Not nearly as good. Then there's good old Fracture Crown. RIP Fracture Crown. We miss you. You will be missed. No, it's definitely not going to be a Fracture Crown. Fracture Crown is gone. They give you so much support for ward spam. It makes Fracture Crown trash. Do we think Disintegrate gonna be OP this league? Might be alright. It's not gonna be super zoomy though. It's not gonna be something you hit level 100 first with. I think it's gonna be fun though. I think it's definitely gonna be fun. So if we're running Meteor, do we stack that much mana? Like, what are the benefits? Let's catalog the benefits of stacking mana for Meteor. $1,000 mana threshold here for the mana refund, so that's definitely a benefit. The guaranteed crit is at 400 mana, right? Honestly, I want to be guaranteeing crit without this node. I would actually play without this node. I think I would play without this node. You like Peak, eh? Peak of the mountain. Mana per int passive. There's ward per second per 10 max mana. There's ward gained per 15 current mana. So there's definitely a ton of ward generation with tons of mana. In the Sorc tree, mana per int. Lightning gives us crit. Well, we also get crit from the int stacking. So if we go mana int, and we go mana int. Oh, we don't have int in here. So yeah, just mana. Mana spell crit. Or crit multi. Mana crit multi, yeah. Can we max the crit without any spell crits? Let's see. Let's not put any spell crit anywhere, and then we'll add spell crit as needed. Cooking up the Sorc build, Sorc mana stacking. I don't think I didn't see the mana per int. Maybe they deleted it. So here's increased mana, 14% mana. That's pretty good. And then the other option is Unstable Core, 14% mana, 120 mana. Oof. Oof. Hard to say no to this one. If you can get an Unstable Core with mana, oh my god. Filthy. Sadly, it is 80 LPL. Sadly. But holy crap, is this filthy. So you think the play is gonna be to get an Unstable Core and replace that egg with it? You're starting VK Warpath. Fun funsies. Spin to win, baby. And then of course, we're gonna hit int in here. Bam. All right. I think that new ring is not bad. 8% mana. This one. 2% crit, 8% mana. Makes crit maxing easy. Tier 7 int. And then, I don't know, whatever. Maybe some strength for armor. I do want to stack some armor, but it's not going to be easy. Kind of like Citadel boots. I'm just throwing a bunch of placeholders for now, and then we'll see how it comes together. Typhoon is nice as well, yeah. Transient rest, the rest is not bad. I like Citadel. Even Blood of the Exile. Strength int dex, like if you can get an LP on this and get get int. Sorry. Foot of the mountain. Okay. This has to be the Lagon Relic. And we're gonna be popping the Lagon Relic inside those eggs for the Nemesis mechanic. That's gonna be the play. Yeah, blood the stat stick. Gloves. High armor here. Swaddling of the Erased is okay. If you can get a good swaddling, it's the better option, but it's too much RNG. I've never had a good swaddling, I'll be honest. Makes me very sad. Do we want crit multi here? You have way too much crit on your build? You were thinking of the Warlock passive node bonus that gives 1 mana per int? Oh yeah, that's right. There was one thing like that on Warlock. That's right. So they added a bunch of bonuses for mana stacking on weapons. Eight base. Yeah, it's base for a specific skill, so it's not gonna show you. Yeah, that's right. You have to take that into consideration. Mad Lato, the good old Mad Lato. Let me just see here for mana. What do we have? Mana and mana regen. Mana and mana spent gained is worth. Okay, so we have 2 options for mana stacking. That is insane. What about crit multi? What about cast speed? Where are we going to get our cast speed? This is such good value. Rune dagger. I mean, honestly, we're so close to cap. We don't even need to worry about it, I think. Let's see. Yeah, we're already at 54. 68 rather. We're already at 68. And we're missing a bunch of Vint. We're missing Int here. This obviously for best in slot has to be the brand new amulet. 12% increased mana. Yeah, it's not even close. Not even close. There is no int here, but there is crit multi. Oh, the crit multi is kind of low. Tilpy Nihilus. What was the effective? 80, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Fair. We'll just slam a tier 7 mana. Good enough for us. Let's not be too optimistic. We don't even know how these drop, so let's keep it modest. So here we have to do the mana, hybrid mana, armor. Mana, 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 mana. Here we can actually do 4x1s. That give mana as well. Ooh, increased area? Whew! That's nice. If we can get it. Of course. So what are we at? What are we at? $3,000 mana? We don't even have a ring slot. We don't even have our ring slot populated. Damn, for real? That is pretty crazy. Okay, okay. 3.2k mana, not too shabby. Go Throne. If we're going Fire Meteor, yeah, you're right. We should be going that. Fire Meteor. Fire Meteor. I think that's what I'd like to play. It's just, I'm not sure if it's going to be as good as some other options. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's throw it in there. Oops. And then easy peasy 1x1 mana. $3.2k mana. Let's throw a ring. Let's put a ring in there. So do we want red ring, or do we want the Jorah ring, or do we want another one of these? We could copy another phantom grip. What is our int? Only 120 int. A red ring. Blessing with flat mana. Let's do the blessing. 90 mana. This is gonna be crit multi? We can hit the 180. You think we cannot? We're already at 130, 140. And we can get like 30 from the red ring itself. Pretty close. It's close enough. I think it's doable. Let's do the math. So we are at... I wish you would give me the total here. For lazy people like us. So it's actually 172. No, wait. No, we're more than 172. What am I talking about? Let me do the math again. 158, 168, 170, 182, 182. It tells you? Where does it tell you? Defense? Damage taken? So we have 158. So yeah, we have 158, 168, 170. We have 182. Why is it not hitting it? Okay, there we go. That's weird. Huh. I don't have 182? It's 182. Why is it not giving me the DR? Maybe it's not counting the intelligence coming from Red Ring itself? Anyway, it doesn't matter. We can hit it with some adjustments, but it's a bit tight, and it requires pretty much every item to be hitting. Definitely counts self-stats, right? Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. It's probably something to do with the tool being a little bit buggy, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. You know, we could get 2 points out of here, actually. Yeah, we're still good. So now we have 5 points to spend. Could get some more AoE. Not too shabby. What is the new ring? It's totally not meant to be used for what we're using it for, but it's okay. It gives us flat crit, it gives us percent mana. That's all we need. That's all we need. You like it? You like this new ring? What is our crit at? Interesting mage ring indeed, right? So we do the auras. We're doing armor here maybe? I don't know if we need fire res shred. Because Meteor has 75 fire pen. So fire res shred. It's not as necessary. It's not in here. It's in here. Fire res shred. So 320 flat or 50 fire res shred. Double armor. I like double armor better as well, more defensive. The fire res shred is just not necessary because Meteor already has so much fire pen. Yeah, that's pretty tanky. 52 armor. That's crazy high. And we haven't even slotted any armor in any of our items. Max throne stats. I'm gonna click this. 5 stacks. How do we get frenzy? After we use evade. Okay. 62%. We have to get the max crit though. Let's figure out max crit. How about we just copy this ring twice? Yeah. I agree. Let's just copy that other ring twice. What a great mage ring. Font of the Erased has 10% max mana. One ward gained on hit per 10 missing mana if your current ward is lower than your missing health. Whatever, bro. Whatever, mine. We can put a little bit more strength for more armor. There we go. 93%. That's more like it. More like it. We just need a tiny little bit of something. 3.5k mana, dude. Oh my god. That is disgusting. That is filthy. 3.5k mana? It's tier 7, ain't yeah? Yeah, we're Gucci, we're Gucci. Oh my goodness. Look at that mana regen. 31 because of the mana max. Yeah, 93% crit. We can easily bump it up here and there. Like, we have tools to work with. We can find a little bit of crit. Like, you know, there's worst case scenario, there's probably like crit multi we can drop for crit spell. Or we can replace one tier 7 mana with a tier 5 and get a tier 7 int instead. Somewhere. What are we getting in the belt? Let's just go defense. What do we want in the belt? CDR? Is CDR good for this build? I don't even know what skills we're using. So I can't tell if CDR is good for the build. Well, what res is lacking? Necrotic, Poison, Void. We can fill those in with like the offhand. Let's grab some Void and Necrotic. Necrotic with the helmet. And then just a little bit of Elemento and then we're good. Alright. Flame Ward. CDR for Flame Ward. %, Fire Pen. Stun chance. Stun chance. I like stun chance. Gonna get me some stun chance. We're missing an affix here, but do we want cast speed or crit multi? Probably crit multi. Wands can do frail. Well, actually, can they? No, they cannot. It was scepters. CDI doesn't seem very high value. Well, let's think, what are we using for sure? We're definitely using Arcane Ascendance. We're definitely using Meteor in some fashion. You think Teleport? Look at Focus, man. If this is not the build for Focus, I don't know what is. Well, first of all, 10% of missing mana gained as a burst after 1 second. 10% of my missing mana, that is 300 mana, dude. That's 300 mana. 10% of 3,000 is 300 mana. Furthermore, mana regen per missing mana. If you have 3,000 mana missing, do you know what this is? This is disgustingly large. 3,000% mana regen. That is 30x8. So that is 240 mana per second. So we just channel for 1 second and we get like 600 mana. And that's without these ones over here, which trigger when your mana is negative. Like, these things can recover another 40%. But I don't think I want those. It's just... You know what? I think we would have to test it out. I think we would have to test out the playstyle and whether or not Focus is necessary. Because Harbinger of Stars, it's a bit of a mana sink. It just gobbles up mana like mad. But let's just call it, you know, this is going to be a mobility skill. It's going to be either teleport or focus, I think. So we'll just leave it focus for now, but it could become teleport later on. I'm not sure that we need mana tunnel. I don't think we do. If we're running meteor, we don't need mana tunnel. If we're running static orb, mana tunnel is definitely best in slot. And definitely we probably want to switch focus for teleport. But if we're running meteor, mana tunnel, maybe not. Focus waves proccing the belt. Damn right. That's true. Just 1 point. Just 1 value point. Actually. Oh, the frequency requires for you to forego the mana from burst. Yeah, we can't do that. But yeah, just 1 value point in here. Proccing belt. So another point. You know what would be funny? It's Ice Barrage. You know why? Because you can just pop it and it's gonna proc your belt for you. You can just run. You can just run forward. Ice Barrage is gonna be proccing your belt left, right, and center. Or Static Orb for the same purpose. Just Orbital Fulmination without actually doing the mana stacking stuff. Just Static Orb with Orbital Fulmination. Frostwall proccing your belt. With Lightning Blast, you mean? But it doesn't travel with you. That's the only drawback of Frostwall. It doesn't travel with you. Whereas Static Orb and Ice Barrage, they move with you. Another insane way to proc meteors is Frostclaw. Just because of the number of hits. Harbinger. The Frostbite build you made was purely Frostwall. Frostwall is hilarious, yeah. But I'm talking about crits proccing the belt because of the meteor belt. Sorry, proccing meteor with the belt. Yeah, the meteor belt, yeah. I want to make the meteor belt a thing, alright? I want to make it viable in the next patch. Surely if we have 3,000 mana, we can play the meteor belt, right? Surely. With 3,000... What can we not play with 3,000 mana? It's like easy game. The only issue with 3,000 mana is like there's no synergy on the meteor skill tree with 3,000 mana. Frostwall, I would only use it on bosses. Otherwise, I think things like Ice Barrage and Static Orb are higher value. I think we need Static Orb because we need a source of Lightning Aegis. Lightning Aegis is too good. 25% DR is too good. I mean, even if without the damage, even if we don't do any damage on Static Orb, just for the Lightning Aegis, it's crazy good. Flame Rush Embers, how many Embers does it do? Maximum 15. So like 18 max, 18 crits. How many hits is Ice Barrage? I guess it depends. Hey, we can even silence ourselves because we're purely proc based. But wait, silence makes our mana negative, doesn't it? Oh, that is so dumb. What is this silenced? Silence is the worst. Why do they have it functioning the way that it functions? It's far too punishing. It is far too punishing. I cannot find it. Whatever. But yeah, I think Static Orb is a must. Yo, Babbling Bike Man. Let me give you a shout out. How's it going? How's your stream? Welcome, welcome. How's your stream? Our build is doing great. So far, so good. Static Orb with the tendrils, yeah, yeah. Extra crits. I'm working on a Sorc mana stacking build. Did you know you can get 3,500 mana now? You know, the hard cap used to be around 3,000 before. Like a year ago, the hard cap was 2,000. Now we can get 3,500. Life is good. Had too much fun with mana in PoE. Damn right. Mana stacking for the win. So yeah, I'm just playing around with it, trying to figure out what's good. You know, we can even stack even more armor. Stun chance! Yes. I forgot about the stun chance. Let's just draw a bunch of random stuff. Just so we fill out the slots. Yeah, elemental res, sure, why not? Wait, there was some useful stuff in the boots, in the suffixes, wasn't there? Like CDR. Okay, so let's assess. Do we need CDR given our skills? None of these have cooldowns, so... Except focus if we go traversal. Maybe we drop the CDR actually. Oh yeah, Flame Ward. Okay. Yeah, we have to do Flame Ward. I feel like Flame Ward is a must. It's too good. There we go. Indigon? Check out my Indigon. 15% max mana Indigon. Pretty good, no? Yeah, so we'll do Flame Ward, but do we need CDR just for Flame Ward? 15 cooldown? I mean... maybe... just because we have no real other use. Like, we don't even need hybrid health. We're going to be stacking crazy high ward. I just feel like we don't have other reasons for the flame ward. Sorry, for this points for the CDR. We don't have any other good use cases for the suffixes. Here we can get the elemental res. So res are maxed. You're not a fan of playing with the rune skill on the rune master? There you go. We're gonna Sorc it up. Mana stack Indigon style. Come on. You're already on board, bro. I didn't even have to sell it for you. You're already on board. So you're saying take out the CDR, hey? Is there any proc thing that requires cooldown reduction? Don't think so. It's so hard for me to say goodbye to CDR, dude. It's so ingrained in me. CDR, if you have free slots, why not take it? It's CDR. Oh, is there anything experimental? No. Why aren't... Oh, they're prefixes, the experimentals. Never you mind. Never you mind. I was like, where are they? A little bit of armor doesn't hurt. Honestly, if this is the case, if we don't need the suffixes, if we're just flying or slapping armor in them, maybe we should just go for unique boots. Maybe just go for unique boots. Let's see. %35 fire damage on the fiery dragon shoes. Not needed. Delphine. I don't love it. I think Blood of the Exile, man. Such a good stat stick. And it's gonna be even easier than ever to get a good rolled Blood of the Exile with LP with that egg, with the Nemesis mechanic. It's gonna be very easy now to get LP on stuff like this. I think. You know, 1 LP is good enough. Definitely 2 LP is doable. How are we doing on the reduced bonus damage taken? Reduced bonus damage taken. I'm leaning towards Sorc, but I haven't fully committed, but I'm very close to committing. Let's say I'm very close to committing. I think Shaman will not have as much survivability. Shaman will be weaker on survivability. And even the mana regen side, I don't think they've given Shaman enough options. I don't think they've given enough to Primalist. Sorry, I should say for Spell Shaman. Spell Shaman doesn't have enough solid mana regen options right now. But we'll play around with the build planner for Shaman as well. Anyways, so here we kind of have it. So 3.5k mana, 150 int, which gives us pretty much 100% crit. This is Giga min-maxed. So let's see. We have 100% mana spent gained as ward here. We have a passive that gives us another 50%. So that's 150 mana spent gained as ward. We also have this. Ward gained per 15 current mana. If we have 3,000 current mana, that's gonna be juicy. Yeah, that's gonna be 1,000 ward gained. They're gonna delete this node this time, Sauce. They're not even gonna nerf it. They're just gonna delete it. Yeah, so we're gonna get 1,000 ward by casting a meteor at 3,000 mana. No, wait. There's even more. Ward per second per 10 max mana. Oh, look, we have 3,500 max. Let's just say 3,000. We have 3,000 max mana. That's 300 ward per second. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Tell me that's not nice. We have extra mana regen at 31. You really don't like the CDR node? Fair enough. Extra area so that the meteors can overlap if we do like juicy big meteors. Should we do juicy big meteors? Should we like go YOLO meteors? Get like, how many of them now? 5 of them? 5 meteors? Six meteors? Why would we want him falling in a line, eh? So that's 120 mana cost. Let's get the fire pen. Let's get the crit multi. Oh, this gives us base crit chance, dude? I guess we wanted to max crit anyways. Oh my god, increased stun chance and stun duration? Hells yeah. How do we get these extra damages though? Oh my god, we need more points in Meteor. $200 mana cost. Trying to skill the entire tree, classic, yeah. There's another play. So here's something to keep in mind, guys. 150 mana spent gain this ward, yeah. So here's something that I'm keeping in mind is we want to hit Meteor to be around 100 mana cost for the 50% more damage bonus, passive or innate ability of Sorc. So I want it to be around 100 mana cost. You mean this aftermath? This one? I don't think this is going to work with how we're setting it up, though. We're kind of building it out to be procced by Static Orb, or against bosses we're spamming it. So this is how I envision the build going. We do Static Orb, and it orbits 5 orbs around us, and as well as the little orbs. And so we have a crap ton of Static Orbs orbiting around us. They're not going to necessarily do damage, but they're going to proc a ton of meteors, right? And obviously giving us lightning edges. Lightning edges is too good. You can't skip on lightning edges. What else are they gonna do? I mean, that's about it. That's what we need from them. We can get some shock chance. We can get some projectile speed, whatever. So, yeah, we get all of these orbiting static orbs, and then we just run. We can just run through the mono, and meteors are going to be landing around us. Explosions everywhere. We don't even need to cast meteor. It's just procs by itself. And then against bosses, we hunker down, activate Arcane Ascendance. And we just spam meteor. What do we even need here? Sure, we can do extra procs. Why not? Whatever. Something like this. You've never played Arcane Ascendance? It's great, dude. It gives you 50% cast speed. Cast speed is so sweet. Yeah, I'm thinking this should be 1k corruption doable. I'm hoping. So yeah, against bosses, we hunker down Arcane Ascendance, spam Meteor. That's it. Spam our entire mana pool. So we're down to 0 mana. And then we just focus from 0 mana to max mana in like 5 seconds. Or, alternatively, we chug a bunch of potions, and because it says 12 mana gained on potion used for each meteor you've cast recently, if we've cast like 15 meteors, you know, you can do Arcane Ascendance. It's sweet, man. It's a buff. It's just a buff to empower your meteor for boss fights. It's just that. It's boss fight mechanic buff. It gives you spell damage. It gives you cast speed. You can't go wrong. You cannot go wrong. I don't know about corruption loot scaling. I haven't heard anything. I have not heard anything. But yeah, that's kind of how I envisioned the build. Now, obviously, how we envision things is how things work out in reality is not always the same. So we leave room for adjustment. But, you know, we're going to be pretty tanky. We have 70% armor mitigation. Almost. Let's call it 60 because this is very optimistic numbers. We have pretty stupid amounts of ward. We should have, against bosses, a good amount of damage reduction from the belt. Because we can easily get 18 meteors cast recently, you know? We can definitely get a source of frailty somewhere, probably in the wand. Oh, we don't have frailty in the wand? In the glove? There we go. We can seal tier 1 in the glove, that's it. The belt definitely consumes the mana, 100%. But that's fine. That's part of the plan. We have solid mana recovery. We have 30 mana regen per second. We have chance to refund 20% of mana cost. I don't know if this is gonna work on procced skills though. Does anybody know? Not on procs. So this is okay. I think this is gonna be more valuable against bosses anyways. These nodes are so dumb, I have to say, these fall speed nodes. They have 2 of them. Focus can be traversal. I I think that's about it. That's all we need. Do we need anything in here? We could just get some fire damage. Whatever. That's irrelevant, honestly. When it says reduced cast speed, is that like minus 5%? Like, how does that function? Is that less cast speed? Let's check. Let's add it in and let's see what the calculator thinks. Oh, okay, so it's minus 10%. So that's not as bad. That's not nearly as bad as what it could have been. But again, like, these are such old nodes. This is garbage. None of the new nodes get plus 10, which is a very low number, minus 5 cast speed. Nothing made in the last 1 year gets this kind of treatment. Oh, but area. Oh, we could do area. I wish this didn't have 3-point requirement. It's a pain. It's a pain in the butt. I think we want area so that multiple meteors can hit the same large target. Honestly, the fire pen is pretty low value because we already have fire pen in the skill tree. We could go shock on hit for more stun. Doesn't matter too much, honestly. That's fine. So where do we get meteor skills? Is it? It's not helmet, is it? It's chest, I think, right? Chest. Yeah. Chest is difficult to fit it in. What's the damage like? It says 5 million. What is this lightning DPS? What is this cold DPS? How do I have lightning and cold damage? Dragon breath? Oh, okay, they screwed it up. So this calculation is all wrong. Yeah, it's all wrong. This added damage is all wrong here. This 70, 70, 70 is wrong. It's not added damage. It's percent added damage. So it should be going into right here. It should be going 70% into this 910. Instead, it's going into here, so it's totally wrong. I definitely have 80 adaptive damage though. So. But the 70 times 9 is gone. So basically the DPS, I can give you an estimate of what the DPS should be. Should be like 2/3 of the fire. So it should be 2 million about. Should be 2 million DPS. But this does not factor into the calculation the procs from the belt. Those are not factored in. Number of repeats. So this is wrong as well. The total more damage. It's not factoring in the brand new Sorc passive bonus. So we should get another 50% more damage right here. So that would bring it back up to 3 million actually. Damage penetration. Okay, let's bring the Craterborn. Okay, so that's gonna bring another massive amount of DPS. Yeah, there we go. So it's about 5 mil DPS with the Craterborn buff, which is 100% uptime, really. We can definitely activate Frenzy. We can activate Arcane Ascendance. So yeah, against bosses... Oh, it's not activating the Flame Ward buff. You're confused now? Sorry, why are you confused? It's about 6 mil DPS probably. Because we take a third out because this 70 shouldn't be here. But then we add another 50% more damage multiplier because of the Sorc innate. So it's about 6 mils. But this does not factor the belt. So the belt proccing meteors, they're going to be raining meteors all over the place, man. It's going to be glorious. From what else? We're probably missing a bunch of other stuff, yeah. Is there new passives that give damage? This 70% elemental damage is not factored in correctly. No, but this is looking like pretty good DPS. It is assuming 6 hits though. It is assuming 6 meteors hitting the same target. That, I'm not sure that is achievable, attainable. Without the extra area bonuses here. Against larger bosses, we could probably get like 20 mils plus. DPS, I'm talking. Static Orb Glacier build. That's gonna be legit for mana stacking, yeah. Nez, I dig it. I could definitely see myself trying that out as well, somewhere in the season. Because once you set up your mana stacking setup, really you could change to any skill. It's the mana stacking that's important here. The items, I don't think are gonna change significantly, going from Meteor to Glacier to Static Orb. As long as you have your mana at 3,500, What's the calculation like for Archmage? Well, it only functions for direct casts, it looks like, not for the procs. It's basically, once we're over 1000 max mana, it's a guaranteed 20% refund on direct cast. So given that Meteor costs 120, we're gonna get 20% of that back. So it's gonna be like 25 back, 25 mana back with every single direct cast. The procs from the belt are not going to benefit. There are some minion builds that are interesting with those rings. Yeah, true. Is it possible to get Lightning, Frostclaw, Spark Charges Sorcerer? Oh yeah. That has been a crazy strong build for a while. I'd recommend it, yeah. I mean, Lightning, Frostclaw, Spark Charges, Rune Master was the build, but it's the same thing on Sorc. There's a build on Last Epoch Tools that's a Frostclaw Static Orb build. Right. I would say go for Frostclaw Spark Charges if you can. Yeah, bro, what's up? Why are we trying to make nonsensical quivers? That's a great question. We have 2 quivers that give void bow damage, but no void bow or void scaling. It's a great question. It's a great question. Sometimes I feel like they're trying too much to be outside the box. So much so that they make just kind of trashy items that are unusable. Can I get the mana cost on 40 to 40 with Frostclaw? $12, 16, 20. Not quite. You would have to avoid Gift of Winter, which is a really good skill. Arcane Ascendance adds 5 mana cost. Mana cost plus 90%. You know what? That does add up to over 40. Yeah, I think you could get it to over 40. I'm not sure about this no burst though. I'm not sure how good it's gonna be without the burst, to be honest. They need to tweak items more frequently mid-season, especially useless ones. Yep, agreed. They've added 11 melee weapons. 11 melee weapons. Yet, yeah, I don't know. They're trying, I guess. They're trying. They're giving it a shot. Okay, so let's see. What are we looking at here? So do we have 100? Yeah, reduced damage taken. 100 crit, pretty much. Okay. Oh, that's funny. The mineral across all of these items results in 1.8k mana. The max is 3.5k mana. So this is going to be an extremely late game min-maxing build. Very difficult to min-max all the mana stacking, especially like items like this one. 10 to 120 mana. Filthy. All right. So what do you guys think? Is this viable? Is this viable or? Nihilist coming after the utmost. Which one was the utmost? Which one was the utmost? Chance to suppress spell damage. Attack and cast speed. All maximum elemental resistances. What is this filthy thing? Damage penetrates 20% elemental res. Wow. Big range variance, but crazy strong. And can't reroll. That's right, it's corrupted. The RNGesus item. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to grind some Nihilus. Nova channeling with this chest. I don't know. Yeah, we are assuming this one drops from the big boss. But we don't know. No spoilers yet. The problem with Nova is that it does not have scaling with mana stacking. Yeah, I don't dig it with mana stacking. I think I'm gonna go COF again. Kind of like COF. MG is just kind of annoying, you know. It's kind of annoying. Do I really care about Dragon Breath? I mean, the AoE is nice. I would really like to get this extra area. This is massive. 25% per point is pretty large. And considering we want all of these meteors to be stacking on top of each other. Here's another route we could go. Is we could actually get this to push the mana cost up to close to 100. And then we have meteors that cover the entire screen. Great cast speed, fall speed. Stun chance is nice. I don't know. DPS went down significantly. Because previously it was assuming we hit the same target 6x. The focus node to increase max mana by 50% temporarily. The problem there is you have to sit still. For an extra little bit. But to be fair, if we have like 3000 mana missing and we have Desperate Meditation, it's gonna fill in for like a second or two. I don't know. Maybe we can preload against bosses. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we preload against the boss fight. Look at that. We can cheese Jorah in like half a millisecond. Or the new boss, whatever his name is, Aberoth. Yeah, I mean, it's worth it's worth trying it out. It's worth trying the memes out a little bit. Don't like dropping down to one meteor. I think I want to test it out with the multiple meteors just to see how it feels. I wish they could allow me to only put 2 points in here, you know? This skill tree is just so restrictive and requiring 3 points in this garbage node, 3 points in this one, plus 70 mana cost here is a bit crazy. Within 4 meter radius. What is the radius of this thing? How do we tell the radius of the skill? Does it tell me the radius here anywhere? Why won't it tell me? Because then we can calculate with increased area. So if they're within 4 meter radius of the first, oh, the radius. Oh, this says individual meteors deal damage in a smaller area. Oh, I don't like that. 45%. And that's a radius minus 45%. That's nasty. That's not area minus 45%. That is so punishing, man. I don't know why they do that. ESG, please. Why are you so mean to Meteor? If you take twin meteors, you basically have to complete that line and get all the extra meteors you can. But then the radius reduction, dude. The radius reduction. That is so mean. If you have 80 void bow damage and 500% void damage, you still get that damage with anything that scales that with that bow, with bow. Yeah, that's correct. That's right. More meteors better than radius. I have to test it out. My whole point here is I want the meteors to be hitting the same target. After meteor shower, fall frequency, which is kind of whatever. And then we have rain of fire, which is number of meteors plus 1. Another option is to drop this, reduce this down to like plus 1 meteor, and then go line. Meteors 4 in the line. And this is not a bad option. Because if they fall in a line, you can pretty much guarantee that they all hit the same target. You don't like the line? I think we're gonna have to test it out. I think I'm gonna just have to play a bunch of different options here and test out all of them. Because if you do line, you can get like crazy area bonus. And also you're not getting the minus 45% radius. Minus 45% radius is very nasty. But I can see how line can be problematic as well. I just have to test it out. Or we could go stun. You know, there's a lot of good options. The tree is very juicy in general. You were also thinking you could drop those talents and pick something else depending on how it works. Exactly. I think we're gonna have to test it out. You guys don't like the sound online? I mean, we can test it out. I think we have to be flexible here and see. Just play it out. Just see how it works out. We've paid the 70 mana cost without getting much back. We get 2 extra meteors. That's like triple damage. 3 meteors instead of 1 meteor. That's triple damage. We can do maybe an extra once for 5. I don't know. The streamer alpha. Here I go. Let's check it out. YOLO. Can meteor be done for leveling? Yeah. You just have to play fireball. Content creator alpha? I'm sure there is. I'm sure there probably is somewhere out there. The community tester alpha. What's the difference between radius and area? Area is radius squared. You know, it's the pi r squared formula. And then radius, it's just radius is a lot more punishing. Radius is a lot more punishing. If your radius is increasing, it's a lot better than your area increasing. And conversely, radius decreasing is a lot more punishing than area decreasing. You're making a D4 trample slide in last epoch? What does that even mean? What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. I don't know what you mean. You've tried to make a meteor build alongside? Sure, man. There's no links, though. Drop it in Discord. Drop it in Discord. We have a build theory craft server or channel. Drop it in there. Okay. Did I get it wrong? One sec. Maybe the link is not exactly like that. There we go. Double red ring. So you have 2.4k mana. You're doing actually 2k health, so decent chunky health. Armor, res are good. So you're running meteor and you're running the 6 meteor, a little bit of extra area, not so much pen. Pen is really good, by the way. This is a really huge DPS boost. I would not overlook it. And then you're getting the guaranteed crit. We don't need guaranteed crit. I don't think we need the guaranteed crit. Oh, you like heart? Oh, good old heart. I do miss it. Oh, the druid build? Trample druid? Gotcha. I miss heart, guys. Yeah, I mean, it should work. It definitely should work. Yeah, the juicy heart. The bottom right mana stacking note for disintegrate. So let's do the math here. Focus max mana doesn't count though. Focus max mana, focus does not change your max mana. It just gives you extra current mana as a percentage of your max mana. It doesn't impact your max mana. How is Warlock looking for 1.1? It's looking real bad, Joe and Yo. Sorry, man. I would not recommend Warlock for 1.1. I would say stay away. They buffed a lot of other classes. Just play some other class. At 3k mana, disintegrate. So let's say 3.2k mana. That's 5x the damage. Right? 5 times the damage. However, you are losing 60% of the damage here. So you basically, between these two, that's double damage because it's minus 60 but times 5. What do you want to play? Probably Sorc. I'm kind of leaning towards Sorc. Sorc and Shaman, but I might have to play Shaman second. I do believe Shaman is going to be worse for survivability. I could be wrong. But I'm kind of leaning towards Sorc with yeah, mana stacking. So yeah, this is double damage. This is another double, well, times 1.4. This is another quadruple damage. Yeah. Disintegrate is going to be insane. It's going to be really solid. And even better, Disintegrate, you can self-proc with this node. Although I don't know if you're going to have the skill points to invest in here too much. But this can be your Lightning Aegis proc. So I do like Tendrils. We could even just go like, okay, let's save this build. Yeah, let's save it as is. You got the EHP going pretty well. Yeah, it's just, it doesn't get as much ward gen. But it might be alright. Might be alright. Changing Meteor to Ice. I don't think they're going to do that because it's going to be too similar to Avalanche. Avalanche's first boulder is like pretty much Meteor, you know? It's pretty much a Meteor. So I don't see them doing it. Especially after reworking Avalanche to be cooler. So let me just save this build real quick. So let's say we start, we just want to, if we just want to mess around, and if we replace Meteor with Disintegrate, what happens? Or actually Arcane Ascendance. We don't need Ascendance if we're running Disintegrate. So if we do the mana stacking and we just go all the way YOLO here. So now it's a lightning build. So definitely we're going up here. So Lucomancer. Yep. What else? And a little bit of extra range is nice. This delay is reduced by increased cast speed. Glass cannon. Glass cannon. Well, we probably should get lightning blast. Oh, this is good. Well, 10 stacks of shock. Yeah, that's 60% more damage. That's good. We don't have enough for the glass cannon. Probably should go galvanized defense. Yeah, this is how I'd build it. This is probably what I would go. Yep. And then meteor would change to lightning blast. Mainly for the lightning ages. So this can be extra single target damage, by the way. Oh, actually, no, these don't work. There we go. Something like that. Something like that. Honestly, focus will not be necessary here. You can go teleport. Even static orb is not necessary. So what sort of utility skill can we get? Frost wall? You're just going pure HP for that one? For Shaman, how easy? Vessel. I think I would probably go for Vessel. Because you can stack both HP and ward. I don't know if it's going to be phenomenal though. Hard to gauge. Yeah, so static orb can be changed to something. It doesn't really matter to what, but point is this should be a pretty strong disintegrate. I mean, honestly, you could change static orb to just Arcane Ascendance that spams even more lightning blasts. Because why not? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. Teleport is not too relevant what we do. This is obviously going to be lightning converted. Yeah, that's what I would do for disintegrate. We would probably need lightning shred though. Shred lightning res and max mana are on the same blessing. That's painful. Oof. We cannot invest 20 points in here. Well, we can get a fire aura right here. And it's going to be a lightning fire aura. I'm just thinking this as a source of fire res shred. Or lightning res shred, rather. So if we have one lightning aura, only one, it's not enough, probably. Yeah, it's not enough anyways. So where can we get lightning res shred? Because we kind of need it in this build. I guess it has to be the blessing? How much mana do we lose? 3.5k becomes 3.3k. I mean, alright. Fine. Now we have a blessing stash, alright? We can just flip it between the two and see what works. Easy peasy. Easy game. Why not? Okay. So now we have lightning res shred. And I mean, pretty much everything else is the same as is. We could drop the stun chance. I have a bunch of stun chance. But really, it's whatever. It's not too relevant. Rune Master has some benefits to channeling. It was back here, wasn't it? Okay. Actually, we need to redo some stuff. Yeah, this has to go. This has to go. This can probably go. We don't need the refund. Does Disintegrate have a cooldown? I think it does, doesn't it? 1 second, so it's not too relevant. Cast speed. I mean, this is 3 spell damage per point. Maybe it's good actually. 3 spell damage is fine. This cast speed, I don't know about that one. And the crit multi is irrelevant. And the crit chance, not too relevant. Okay, so it actually requires a major overhaul. So let's get the lightning pen. Drop the crit. Well, I think if we're doing the lightning blasts, the lightning blasts are actually nice. So maybe we'll keep the crit multi. Because we have so much int, getting max crit is pretty easy. Even though we're not benefiting from it. What did Ingvar's Blessing do again? Oh, wait a second. Ingvar's Blessing is best in slot. Disintegrate deals more damage equal to your spell crit chance. Wait a second. Wait a second. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. This is still crazy good. Slow down. What about... we do Ingvar. And we get that fancy new scepter. The fancy 9% flat crit scepter. Yo, 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 yo. This, because this counts even if your spell crit is above 100%. Even if your spell crit is above 100%, this works. So you get the new scepter that gives you 9%. And you get your crit to like 200%. Here we go. Here we definitely go spell crit, not crit multi. Honestly, we're gonna drop the mana to tier 5. And put the spell crit on tier 7. So 8 int is 24 crit. Here we're probably better off with spell crit. We could probably actually go for more spell crit, less mana. Yeah, we're going to be dropping a bunch of mana for the spell crit. This goes to crit. And so this 2% flat crit, this is 2% flat crit. Our flat crit, it says it's 12%. So basically, you add another 9 flat crit, so you can multiply this, you know, times 22 over 13. So it's gonna be basically exactly 210. So it's gonna be 210 crit strike, which makes this 210% more damage. Triple damage for disintegrate. What about... what do we think about either peak or a prismatic gaze for flat crit? Probably peak is better. Let's check. 170. $180. I think peak is easier to execute because I have 4 slots here. Peak could get 4 slots. More affixes indeed. I think peak. And we don't care about the downside of cannot leech from crit strike. Yeah, no worries. I'll share some of these builds. Where else can we get more crit? So definitely the belt has to go, actually. We're not doing meteor stuff. Is there a crit belt? Give me a crit belt. I want the crit belt. No crit belties. We just hit up a Praetorian. Guess so. Yeah, it might be the case. All right, so let's just say we do that. We don't care about the experimental anymore. Ooh, elemental dot. Elemental dot. Elemental dot? Yo, we gotta get some elemental dot. Yeah, instead of strength, we go for elemental dot for this build. Yeah. And this is kind of irrelevant. Let's just get a tier 1 cleanse for YOLO. For no real reason. We could get spell crit in the chest, in the helmet. Yeah, to be honest, I might go tier... Oh, tier 5 mana is actually up to 50. So, okay, so let's go... Spell crit? Oh, actually, sealing a spell crit is nice, but this is a unique, doesn't seal. Stormcarved is good because of the mana, together with flat spell, pen. Lightning pen is great. Even the shock chance is nice. Lightning res is nice. Physical res is nice. It's just all around great. All around is great. Even the Storm Totem on hit is really good. Because the Storm Totem applies shock chance for you as well. Storm Totem is nice. So we can get up to like 300% crit chance. I would probably even switch. Int and elemental dot here. Armor while channeling. They actually nerfed this one, surprisingly. Wasn't it 700 before? I can't remember. They don't have disintegrate in here. So yeah, even without the wombo combo with that fancy amulet, 750, yeah. Even without the fancy amulet wombo combo with Ingvars, it's still crazy good, Ingvars. We can get 250 spell crit. So that's a 3.5x. Still using core. The flat mana, the increased elemental damage, even the plus skills make it very, very strong. Even the implicits are correct. Like these are the right implicits we want from a chest piece. We could do spell crit. I don't love it though. Core is just, the stats on it are just too good. It pretty much fits every single build. It's too good. They need to nerf it, honestly. Just a casual statement there. Passing by, drive-by nerf shoot. on the unstable core there. So we still have 120 int, even though we nerfed the int quite a bit. We reduced it quite a bit. Is there crit boots? I don't think so. There's no spell crit in the gloves. Increase. I don't really love the flat crit, because look at it from this perspective. Flat crit tier 5 is 50% crit. Tier 5 int is already, you know, times 3%. It's 24% crit. Take this. Yeah. The suffixes are not too relevant. But yeah, definitely not going stun chance. Honestly though, we are doing lightning blast, so a little bit of zip zap here and there. Just go a little bit of hybrid health, whatever. Wait, do we have ward gen? Do we have ward? Do we have enough ward? Because we no longer have lost knowledge. What are our defensive layers here? We also have 13 unspent points. I'm honestly considering getting lightning fire aura to get fire res shred or lightning res shred. I'm definitely considering it. I think it's legit. The disintegrate ward node. I don't think we have the points. Ward gained per 3 int per second. So with max points, it's 1-to-1. So it's basically 120 ward per second, which is not a lot. It's okay. We don't need it. This is bigger, you know. Although we dropped a bunch of max mana, we're down to 2,500. So this is still pretty good. You think damage to mana? Effective level 50. May need to drop some of these. Oh, crit multi? Excuse me. Excuse me. Spell crit, where are ya? There you go. 174. This spell crit is crazy. You know what? Let's just go tier 7 and then tier 5 mana. Oh, tier 5 mana is such a jump though. Fine. Damage going to mana requires some investment though. 2.9k. Like this is not enough. This is 20%. It needs some item affix investment is what I mean. So what happens when we do that one scepter? What does it give? Oh, the spell damage is really low, guys. $20 cold damage while channeling. $26 spell damage while channeling. I don't think it has it on the chest. Oh no, there is on the chest. So 39 and 26. Yeah, I forgot the spell damage is so low. Oops. I'm in the wrong place. Did I screw up the builds? Did I mess up the builds? I don't think so. Okay. So here, I don't think Disintegrate itself has a spell, flat spell bonus anywhere in the tree. Where can we get that flat spell other than the affixes on chest and helmet? Dragorath. $4 and $40. I don't love it. Swords have a flat spell bonus. But they don't have the flat crit. Nope. I think just a crystal one, maybe. 160 more damage. It's still not bad. Oh. We should definitely invest in this, though. That's not bad. I'm not convinced on this one. Damage before health. Lightning damage shocked enemies 5% more. Hmm. $185 credit. I mean, that's pretty good. I think mana stacking Sorc is gonna be very meta this patch. I think Shaman's gonna see some enjoyment finally. Checking Flame Ward. No, I don't have Manto Ages. I wonder if it's gonna eat our mana too much or not. I can't tell. I need to test it. What's the mechanic that makes mana stacking good? They added a bunch of skill nodes. So for example, for Disintegrate, they added a mana stacking damage node. And they added a lot of passives that work well with mana stacking. Archmage got reworked a bit. Wisdom got buffed. This one got added. Ward per second per 10 max mana. Lost Knowledge is always good if you have crazy high mana. So tons of high mana synergies. So we get a lightning aura here. Sorcerer goes from oh yeah, this bonus here as well. Spells do increase damage equal to their mana cost. Yep. Yeah, they just haven't updated in here. So we're at 124 mana. Or int. Alright. Something like this. Haven't done a static ore build yet. But I have a meteor build and I have a disintegrate build. So a lot of these are very interchangeable as well. But in terms of survivability, what are we relying on here? Decent armor. Again, this could be a little bit optimistic. $200 and something ward per second per 10 max mana. So let's say, let's go to Tank Labs. Word calc. And it would go 1.0, 1.1. So if we have a ward retention of, let's say, 450. And then 300 ward per second. What is that? 3k stable ward. Alright, okay, that's not much at all. That is not very much. That is not too much at all. We have decent armor, but yeah, I don't know if it's enough. But to be honest, I think we have way too much mana. So this is going to cost 18 mana per second. But actually, no, it's going to cost 0. No channeling cost. So we're going to be regenerating 28 mana per second. So we definitely can reroute some mana or some damage taken before health to mana. It's kind of free. How the ward generation counts with channeling? Well, you just get ward per second here. Per 10 max mana. This is a separate, this is just a passive that gives you crazy mana regen. Or ward gen. Right. How do we ensure we don't just die? How does mana spent as ward work for channeling? Well, if you look at a channeling skill like Disintegrate, you have mana cost and you have channeling cost. It only counts, I think, for the mana cost. I don't think it converts the channeling cost into ward, so it's kind of useless. Mana spent as ward doesn't work with channeling, I don't think. But we could repurpose Lightning Blast a little bit more into ward gain. So yeah, we could actually leverage Lightning Blast as a utility ward generation skill. Because it will be hitting a lot. Ward on hit. Yeah, it's gonna be like 2 lightning blasts. 1 sec. This is per second. Yeah. So it's gonna be 2 lightning blasts per second. And each of them is going to hit 3 times, I think. Yeah, so this is gonna be like 50 to 100 word per second, I think. Yeah, word per mana spent doesn't work very well with channeling. So I think the Lightning Blast is gonna help. Arcane Ascendance casting Lightning Blast. It's not very good. Could do Frostwall Lightning Blasts. No, I don't think it's worth. Yeah, I think Arcane Ascent is probably better. But yeah, this is still solid though. Like we can bump it up probably up to 450 word per second. $4K resting word is not much. It's actually more than 1.0. And we do have actually, one sec. Word decay threshold per int. +5. Poor Spellblade gets word decay threshold per int +1. Poor Spellblade. 5 times smaller. I don't know, do we stack HP? Is that even a thing? It seems crazy to me. Either way, I think the survivability is going to be the bottleneck for this build, for this setup. But the damage on Disintegrate will be juicy. Ingvar's head is definitely still best in slot, in my humble opinion. Because you can get 100, 150 spell crit easy. Okay. Anything else to tinker with this one, or should we try a different, something different? Something different. I think we can just grab this and like try different things with it. So we can easily convert it to a glacier build. We just drop the meteor, pop glacier. The only thing is, do we go for like 2 explosions or 3 explosions? Because the middle explosion scaling, I think the DPS is probably the best. It does require this 3-point investment. But then all of a sudden you're down to 2 hits instead of 3 hits, so you don't regenerate as much mana. Actually, I don't think we need to worry about the mana. If we have 3k max mana, yeah, this is Middle Explosion. Yeah, I think this is the play. Middle Explosion. I don't even know if we want to go for the mana efficiency, because mana efficiency is going to reduce our damage. 4 less mana is like 2% less damage. Sorc spark charges. Okay, I'll try Sorc spark charges as well. Oh, we're out of points. Yo, we're out of points. What happened? We just need 2 more points. Ooh. Oh yeah, we can't do this. Okay, there we go. Something like this. 56 mana cost, so that's 28% more damage. And then we can keep Arcane Ascendance. Focus can go. Definitely go for Teleport instead. Go for the armor. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter, honestly. Oh, check this out. This gives us +2 to level of minion skills. Watch this. Teleport. Bam. This should be +4 skills. Why is it not giving me? It becomes a minion. Maybe it doesn't get the minion tag? Because you're definitely summoning minions with teleport if you get a mirror image. Summon mirror image. Scaling tags. Minion. Where's my minion tag on teleport? Yo, so lame. Maybe we should test it in Last Epoch. Dragorath weapon to get high frost claw. I was thinking high frost claw mana cost as well. Get it up to 40. The only question is they did add that one line that says the splash is removed. So anyway, this should give us +3. Then we can do whatever we want. +4 skill points, rather. Well, I mean, these extra jumps, if they can hit the same target, can be pretty nice. So yeah, here we go. This is the Glacier build. Might consider more cast speed, to be honest, but this is whatever. I probably trade some mana for cast speed. 3.5k mana is nuts. It's overkill. You don't need that much mana for Glacier. Yeah, you really don't. And you know, if you're at 56 mana cost, that's overkill. What we have is overkill. You're already like sustained. In terms of passives, do we really change anything? These are fine. What do I think about Avalanche Shaman, Divebomb Falconer, or Torment Warlock? Don't do Torment Warlock. I think it's a little bit weaker now. Divebomb Falconer. It's really hard for me to tell how badly Divebomb Falconer is nerfed. I'd say try Avalanche Shaman, man. It's brand new. Nobody's ever played it. Radosław. Yeah. So I would say Avalanche Shaman. Is what I would vote for. Just because it's new. It's new, it's fresh, and it hasn't been nerfed. Divebone, Falconer, and Torment Warlock both got nerfed really heavily. Super heavily. It's hard to say how strong they're going to be. I think Torment Warlock will be quite a bit weaker. In fact, versus bosses, I think it's going to be very annoying. Oh yeah, we can drop the Harbinger of Stars. Do we go Strand? Mana spent gained this ward. Yeah, so that's 180. That's like... And 70 ward return. That's pretty good. You know what? Yeah, I think we go for this. Oh. I don't think we need that. Something like this. Get some stun chance. I'm working on a bunch of mana stacking builds for Sorc. Easy crit. I mean, anytime ESG add a plus flat crit item, they should know better. This happened last time as well. They added the belt Harbinger of Stars, and they put like something stupid like 4 or 5% flat crit on it. And it doesn't matter everything else on it. It's just like... It just becomes best in slot for every single build. What am I going to play as a starter this cycle? Probably mana stacking Sorcerer. I'm not sure which skills, but I'm leaning towards mana stacking Sorcerer. You can see there's so much flexibility. Even if I hate Meteor, I can just pivot to Glacier. If I hate Glacier, I can pivot to Static Orb. If I hate Static Orb, I can pivot to Disintegrate. You have 4 great options for mana stacking. Maybe even more than that. Maybe even more than that. So, yeah, I definitely think I'm going to do mana stacking. Let's see if these rings survive launch. They might shadow nerf them in the next 3 days. They're so good. Even just for the 2 stat lines. 2% crit, 8% max mana. Just for those 2 things. They're really good. They're really, really juicy. Last Epoch Planner is updated to 1.1. With a few small exceptions, just like those fancy new Avenger items are not showing up, but everything else is there. All of the uniques, all of the skills and passives, everything's updated except for those weapons and offhands. Judgment is messed up. Wait, Glacier has its own crit, hey? Oh my god, 8% crit. Yeah, we can totally run the new Avenger Skull. Or sorry, Avenger Catalyst. Yeah, I would definitely run the Avenger Catalyst with Glacier. Because, check it out. Check it out. Check out this Avenger. Although you don't need max mana as much. Yeah, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. It's not that high of an amount of mana. 15 int. I mean, we already get 16 int from Crystal Skull. Honestly, Scales of Etera is nice. Int, attunement, cast speed. Even the spell crit is not bad. If you can get like a 2 LP Etera. With 20% cast speed, that's a tall order. And also you don't want the cold infusion. So yeah, it's too much to ask for. Scales does if you have the cold stuff, but if you don't have the cold stuff, if it's fire and lightning, then it doesn't impact you. You mean the last epoch build sites? Do we know that Dragon Breath adds so much damage in the calculator? It's wrong, yeah. The Dragon Breath adding that much damage in calculator is wrong. It's just not implemented correctly. It's a bug. Yeah, so those uniques suck. This is probably the best option. Well, actually, I don't know. Crystal Skull's fine. It's not a big deal. It's not a major decision here. Spell crit is here is nice. Spell crit multi rather. Dragon Eye. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Point is, we already have crit maxed out because of Resplendent Frost. 8% base crit. That's pretty crazy good. Yeah, it's maxed out. So we can get the crit multi from Dragon Eye. Man, what else? Yeah, I think this is how I'd set it up. The increased area is nice. This is still relevant for cold damage. Actually, in here, this is a lightning disintegrate build, so we don't need Throne of Ambition. Yeah, we can drop Throne. What can we do for a 2x2? Increase lightning damage while you have lightning Aegis. Why not? Lightning damage? Yeah, the double lightning damage bonus. Why not? Some of these have crits, I think. Crit chance. Yeah, right here. Crit chance with lightning. But nah, that's lightning. It shouldn't count. Yeah, it's not going to count. Alright. Okay, so this is the disintegrate version, I would say. Forge guard. Good old Forge guard, dude. Shaman and Sorc got huge buffs, yeah. So this should be good, right? So this is the Glacier version. We got cold damage with Ambition. We've got Strand of Soul, so every time we cast Glacier, that's 100 ward. And there are a few other sources of ward from mana spent. What was it? Yeah, this one here. 50%. And we get stupid amounts of mana regen. Yeah. Mana is not going to be a problem for this build. Do we need Cold Red Shred, actually? Oh, actually... we don't have Cold Pen or Cold Red Shred. Some of that is good. We need some of that. Where do we get Cold Red Shred? Yeah, we have to switch the Blessing. Yeah, this one has to switch. So armor goes down from 71 to 66. A bit of a drop in armor. That's a bummer. 66 is high, but it's very ambitious because it requires strength and int in both rings, which is very ambitious. Although I think I have a few slots that can get armor. Yeah. Anyways, I definitely think the Cold Red Shred is higher value though, so I think we'll keep it. Do we have the ability to get this Cold Pen? 15 Cold Pen. Maybe instead of this. My stun chance. We'll drop the stun chance. More damage is higher stun chance, so. COF is going to be free to OP. Right? Especially with that new Aggie thingy. It says rare, but that's 4%, and it's a common drop. Yeah. We're going to be getting these. We're going to be getting these for sure. Alright. Alright. Okay. Why do we use Meteor and Static Orb? So for the first setup, the reason I went for both Meteor and Static Orb, push 432, it's essentially Static Orb is for two reasons. To get Lightning Aegis, which is 25% damage reduction. It's a really good defensive tool. And then the second reason is to get orbital fulmination with these smaller orbs, so you have a bunch of stuff orbiting you, and then you can just run through content, and the lightning orbs or the static orbs are going to orbit you and trigger this Harbinger of Stars belt, casting meteor all around you, so you can just focus on running with lightning orbs around you. And you don't need to stop as much to cast stuff. Basically, this is going to be your defensive tool that procs your meteors. That's kind of how I envision it. But against bosses, we're only going to be casting it once for the lightning ages and not again. We're just going to be spamming meteor against bosses. So that's kind of how I see it. But we'll see how it plays out. I'm not 100% set. But yeah, I imagine Static Orb being the monolith running around and clearing content spell, because it auto procs your meteor. And then versus bosses, you just spam Meteor, get your mana regen back with the belt mana potion tricks, or not tricks, but bonuses, but also with focus. Gives you really good mana regen. And yeah. When you take damage from mana pool, does it get split with ward? All damage gets taken from ward first. The stuff that prevents, you know, this one for example, damage dealt to mana before health, that does not activate until all of your ward is gone, which is why I'm avoiding it. It's just, I don't know. It's awkward. Especially for a high ward build like this one, it's awkward. I think I could make it work better for the disintegrate build. But we'll see. I definitely think the disintegrate build is lacking defenses the most compared to the other ones that we have so far. So yeah. So let's try one last build here. So if we decide to pivot instead into pure static orb. I'm just trying all the different variants that I'm seeing for mana stacking. So let's say we do static orb. Max here, max here. See, the problem is, how do you clear like trash with this build? You think static orb is gonna be popular? Could be. It's a sweet skill. Crit multi maxed out. Spell damage. We need more points. Give us more points. Where else can we get points out of? Damn. Okay, well that's that. So in the meteor, or rather the focus, has to be replaced with teleport going into mana tunnel, CDR. Stun immunity is very nice. CDR. What else? I think the rest is not too relevant. We need buff duration for the stun immunity. Bit of armor, and then whatever. So now that we have that, we need to make sure we have extra CDR actually. So in terms of passives, we need to bring back the CDR passive. This is a lightning build though, so this can be stronger. Sorry, what is my crit? Crit is maxed already. Oh, this can go. And then we go double lightning damage. Okay, good. How what? I've made 3 mana stacking sorcerer builds so far. So we've gone full YOLO on Sorc. I think I might be running Sorc this season. I think I might just. There's so much flexibility. I think they're doing it on purpose, guys. I think, you know how PoE had a mana stacking meta last patch? I think they're like, let's bring all the PoE folks that were mana stacking in PoE last season, get them to come by to Last Epoch by bringing back mana stacking to Last Epoch. I think it's a targeted, very smart decision. I think it's not a coincidence. I'm saying it tongue-in-cheek, but I do believe it as well. Because the Last Epoch guys, they're smart over there. They're smart. 3.5k max mana. So let's do some math. Let's look at this. Static Orb. Maximum mana converted to mana cost. 20%. So, we have 3.5 thousand max mana. That becomes 700 mana cost. And it also gives us damage per 20 max mana. If we have 3.5 thousand max mana, what does that get us? Oh my god, dude. Is that like... that's close to 1,000. Not quite, but 875 or something. More damage. So that's 9x the damage. So let's just call it 10x. It's actually 10x. This is 10x the damage. Now this one. Orb hit damage per 1 mana cost. Well, guess what? We have 700 mana cost. That is 1,400% more damage. That is 15 times the damage. So between these two nodes, we have 150 times the damage. 150. 150 times the damage, all right? Hey, let me bring something up. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. Back in the day, a year and a half ago, I made a video about mana stacking static orb lightning sorcerer. And I think I made it quite popular at the time. It wasn't seeing too much play, but I pushed it to new limits. I made it really popular. But during that process, I wanted to do the math on exactly what the damage multipliers look like. Let me find it. Let me see if I saved those calcs. Is it in here? Is it in here? Oh, I think, yeah, I found it. I found it. Okay, one sec. I'll bring it to a separate tab, separate sheet. Here we go. Okay. Here you go. Static orb, mana scaling. So here's how the mana scaling works, right? If your max mana is 0, the default mana cost of static orb is 26. And then you get to 1,000 max mana, mana cost becomes 226, right? Now the only thing I need to change is they nerfed one of the multipliers, right? One of the multipliers Why are these hard-coded? What's going on here? These should be functions. That's weird. When I copy them, does it drop the calcs? No, it doesn't. They were hard-coded. Huh. Weird. Something must have happened. Okay, let's recode them then. So multiplier number 1. That's this one right here. Damage per 20 max mana. So it's just 1 plus 1 plus this divided by 4, right? It's that simple, right? Nope. 40, right? Is that right? Nope. Let me read it again. Per 20 max mana. Okay, yeah. That should do it. There we go. Divided by 400. There we go. All the numbers are there. Everything matches up as it was previously. This one is 1 plus this times 2 divided by 100. Yeah. Because it got nerfed, so. And this one is times 1.5 because the shield increases mana cost by 50%. All right, there you go. Control Shift V. I didn't actually copy paste. I just grabbed the sheet. I copied the sheet. But the sheet itself had no formulas for whatever reason. I'm sure I would have done it with formulas back in the day. So there must have been something Google did. But anyways, so here we have it. So with max mana, as a function of max mana, these are your multipliers. We just need to multiply the two against each other. So this times this is how much multiplication you're getting. And this one is this times that. And obviously the bottom one should say which shield. I don't know what these are. Don't remember what these numbers are meant to represent. I don't know what the graph is for. So let's just ignore it. But point is, with two multipliers, the two multipliers scaling together, let me just double check the math here. So this thing, per 1 mana cost, 700 mana cost, should be 15x, right? Yeah, okay. That looks about right. You can see going from 2000 mana to 4000 mana, you quadruple your damage. We don't even have the new passive. This is just these two nodes. Just these two nodes. And we can add more stuff like crit multi is going to be insane. We have a little bit of more multi here. We have a little bit of more multi here. We have, the innate for Sorc, which is going to cap at 50% more damage. So if we include something that's like 3,500 mana, let's insert one. 3,500, which is definitely doable. Oh. We need to fix this. 26 equals 26 plus this divided by 5, yeah? There you go. Mana cost with fancy shield. I like how I've labeled that. The fancy shield. Alright, there you go. So This is what happens at 3500 mana. You do 150 times the damage. Yeah, 150 multiplicative. This is simply multiplicative times all of the damage things that are going on within the skill itself, which is like the damage effectiveness, multiple hits from the smaller orbs, crit multi because you're critting pretty much 100% of the time. It's stupid amounts of damage. I used to run it with static ground back in the day. Learning our educational tech tonight. There you go. Do we have that still? Let's see. Oh yeah, we do. Damn right. Have I made the Trouble Electra? I mean, we could try it. This is a static orb build, so we could try running a Trouble Electra. What are we gonna lose, really? We're not losing much. We have Shock and Stun. Both are great, but we can get sources elsewhere. So here it is. We lose a bunch of flat mana, but we get cast speed. And evade proccing static orb. I don't know if this is much value, to be honest. Evade proccing static orb. Yeah, I'll be posting all of these builds. How are the builds going? So we have 4 different iterations of Sorc mana stacking builds. 4 different setups, like completely different, very different skills being used for main source of damage. Yeah, I don't know about Triple Electra. I don't know if I love it. +3 to skills though is nice. I did make a disintegrate one, yeah. The transfer all stacks of shock on you. Are we gonna have shock on us though? Why do you want to have shock on us? I think disintegrate is going to be crazy damage, but a little bit lower survivability compared to the others. Survivability is going to be quite a bit worse. Standing is still bad. Yeah, but the damage is going to be phenomenal. I think the damage is going to be great. You thought it was transferring spark charges? Stacks of shock, yeah. Yeah, so it's okay. It's just, I mean, we're still paying 90% of the mana cost. So I don't know. I think I'm okay with just a regular old crystal wand. I think that's fine. I don't see the need to go Triple Electra. It's like we're dumping 700 mana per static orb. So we don't want to be randomly casting it. It might actually be a problem if we have evade casting our static orb. That's 700 mana down the drain. Try to make a build with max mana, try to cap it. We're very close to capping it. Echo Clear evade over the Echo to clear. Yeah, but this is 700 mana. We can't just do it willy-nilly. It has to be synergized with Teleport, Mana Tunnel, for a free spell cast. But that reminds me, I need to get my CDR. So here's my CDR. We get a refund here as well. Archmage is great. Wrong wrap? Let's take a look-see. Let's take a look-see. Where do I dump these last 5 points? I mean, it's a lightning skill, so get the crit, I guess. Wrong rap. 100% of mana spent gained this ward. Yeah, that's gonna be like 1,000 ward off of one cast. Wrong rap. They nerfed wrong rap quite a bit. It's only 10% CDR now. It's not very good now. It used to be 35. Now it's only 10. 10 is not great. Zoomies. Maybe. Chrono Wrap grants 35 MS and cast speed. I mean, it has the right base, so maybe we should try it. Just drop these two, I guess. Sure, whatever. It's good. It's got the right stuff in there. The base is good. It's Crystal Wand. It has a little bit of CDR. It has cast speed and movement speed. That's nice. Here's one thing I'm realizing, though. I think we want, instead of Meteor, I think we still want Glacier here. We do teleport Static Orb for tankier enemies, but for trash, I think we need a trash clear. We cannot rely on Static Orb for trash clear. Right? It's just not an option. Static Orb is something we cast every time Mana Tunnel is off. Cooldown. Basically, you just teleport Static Orb, but then you have a 5-second period where you don't cast Static Orb because, you know, it's 700 mana cost. Is Mana Pull around AK doable? What do you mean Mana Pull? Which one is Mana Pull? So we could do Meteor for trash clear. We could do Glacier for trash clear. I think we go Glacier, actually, because Glacier can be a great mana recovery tool as well. Right? So we can dump Static Orb mana, and then Glacier recovers that mana. Every build wants those rings. You also want them for minion use? Wasn't it bugged that only give... Oh, yeah, that's right. It was only giving 18. Yeah. Love RPGs. How do you dust your house with a nuke? Just a little nuke, see? Max mana? Yeah, you cannot do 8,000 max mana. It's somewhere around 3.5 to 4,000, the hard cap right now. Right, it was 10 to 18 in patch notes. Right. Archmage does give some of the mana back. Only 20% back, though. So we cast 700 mana cost. We get 140 back. Sorry, no links in here. Can you drop the link in Discord, man, Yagan? But yeah, this is how I would set up a Static Orb. Problem is Static Orb, yeah, cannot be on all the time because it's just crazy mana cost. But it's on a cycle around Mana Tunnel. Or if you're fighting a boss, you can just dump all of your mana. Problem then is you gotta rely on Glacier to give you your mana back. I think the passives are not fully optimized, probably. We probably want Lightning Rush right here. Do we have alternative options for Lightning Rush Red? Glacier for Lightning Rush Red. Where's the lightning version of this thing? Does the lightning frost wall give you lightning rush? Right? We don't actually have skill point. I mean, we could drop Arcane Ascendance. Yeah, I'm not sure about Arcane Ascendance. Maybe we keep it. Yeah, Glacier is gonna be net gain on mana. That's the craziest thing. Focus, it just doesn't work with teleport because teleport mana tunnel we have here. So the two kind of, I mean, I guess if you don't do conveyance, we could replace Arcane Ascendance with focus. I don't think it's as good as Arcane Ascendance though. I think spamming Glacier is actually solid. Because spamming Glacier is not only DPS, but also mana recovery. It's like hybrid utility and DPS. I don't know. I'll have to try some of these different options for sure. Hard to gauge ahead of time. Oh, we definitely don't need Harbinger here. Strand? Strand is not bad. Lightning Rest Shred is still lacking though. And also I think we do need the lightning extra pen here. Glacier is gonna be phenomenal this patch. Definitely Glacier is gonna be amazing. Glacier is the most obvious choice here. If you're actually looking for like the most straightforward mana stacking, Glacier is definitely. The reason I wouldn't go Glacier is because it's been around forever and it's just the most obvious thing to do. I want to try something that hasn't been around. Like Meteor hasn't seen a lot of love. I really want to make Meteor work. And I mean, by work I mean I want it to be decent. I want to enjoy it. But it might not be very enjoyable. So we might pivot. We have a lot of options to pivot. So that's the good news. That is the good news. And I don't care as much about racing. So I don't need to be the most optimal whatever. Twitch keeps giving you the same ad. Yeah. Silly Twitch. Do we have... sorry, one sec here. I think we do need lightning pen here. We could probably drop... No, we need a CDR, never mind. What can we drop? Yeah, we can probably drop this stuff here. Actually, no, we can drop this crit here. Yeah, that's fine. This is good. Do we want the health and mana? I like the int stacking in general for Sorc because it gives you the crit chance. It's crazy good with crit here. And we need to stack something about ward retention. We need the ward retention. So I feel like int stacking on Sorc is going to be a must. Even if you're running Disintegrate, you still want to stack a good amount of int. The crit chance helps you. Okay. Mana spent is ward not enough. Yeah, we need all the ward we can get. I think this is a good setup right here. Except maybe this goes lightning rush shred. 3.2k mana. That's a big bump. Let's check it here. $3,200. So going from 35 to 3,200 is a reduction of DPS equivalent to... So we're losing 17% of our damage. By dropping 300 mana, we lose 17% of our damage. And we gain 10 stacks of rest shred, which is 20% rest shred. 20% pen. Honestly, that's pretty close. It might not be worth it to do lightning rest shred. We might just be better off stacking more mana. I think we're better off just getting more mana. See, that's why we do the maths. Just to see the trade-offs. Technically it's 3450 here, but whatever. 14% damage lost. Spreadsheet theory crafting, that's right. Yeah, I think this is probably the play. I can't believe the effective level on this thing is 48. Wrong wrap. Nuts. It says very rare, but who cares? Now with the new Nemesis mechanic, it's easy to get your LP on these very rare items. As long as they get a good roll. Which really for this, I guess, yeah, there's some variance, but we don't care about the haste too much. It's more about the CDR maybe? I don't know. Even the CDR is like 5 to 10. Who cares? Huh. Highest cost possible sorcerer melee? What do you mean highest cost? Oh, you mean for skills. I see what you're saying. For the big two-handed axe. Shatter Strike has this whiteout that increases the mana cost by 160%. So it's times 2.6. So it becomes 39. But it's 39. Yeah, alternatively, Flame Reeve. Flame Reeve lost the mana cost increase. There's one right here, plus 10. But I hate it because it reduces the range. Range is actually very important. So I would not recommend that node. You can get the circle area from the ring. Yeah, the World Splitter gameplay would be fun. I was thinking about the same. Is like, can I get Flame Reeve World Splitter to work properly? But it's awkward. It's awkward. Nemesis can add random affixes. Yeah, we don't know the chances, but I'm assuming it's gonna be the meta of how to get LP on very rare items. Because dropping the item itself is the problem. Even if it's 0 LP, no big deal. You can throw it, you know, you can throw it into the Nemesis and hope for the best. Because if you're hoping for a, you know, 2 LP of a very rare item, that's extremely, extremely unlikely. But anyways, I think that's gonna be the way to get it done. So okay, that's another build. Let's try one last thing. So one last thing. MG people are going to be buying 0 LP and just lucking into LP4. Yeah, there you go. That's right. And then relisting it. Oh, no, wait. They can't relist it if it's bought already. But, okay. So, the last thing I want to consider here is if we drop the Meteor, drop the Static Orb, drop the Focus. Maybe keep the Focus. We'll see. But yeah, if we go Frost Claw, we were talking about trying to get Frostclaw to be 40 mana. This math is not being reflected here. And if we get all these mana, extra mana nodes, what is the mana cost? So let's see, 12, 22 plus 120%. But we have a -4 right here, so it becomes 18 times 2.2. Let's do the calcs here. So mana cost, if it's 22 times 100, 2.2, this times 2.2, it's 48, right? Now if it's 18, it's not quite 40. It's not quite 40. Chance to get 12 is for direct. Yeah, I know, I know. So we could even drop this. We could even drop this. And then if we drop that, all we need is for our wand to have -3 mana cost. Because the wand, remember, reduces mana cost as well. So if the wand is -3, I think the mana cost of the skill should be 40 plus. Can't drop, we need it as lightning. Yeah, obviously we're running fragment. And obviously we're running, just one sec here, we're running this 4 points. Spark Charge Chance with 40 mana cost skills. And now this is procced. What is global? Are you asking? Let's drop the Harbinger. Oops. Strand of Souls is solid. Good old soil work. Yeah, I think it doesn't need to be lightning, right? I think it works even if it's cold. Definitely need cast speed here. Oh wait, we need this here, yeah. The only... Oh, we have a +2 mana cost here as well. Hand of Morditas, I forgot that. Okay, so that changes things. So that makes it easier. So we can actually have... Yeah, we can actually bring it down to 19. And that can be done in many different ways. We can put a point in here. Or choose not to put a point in here. We have options. The crit chance, I don't know. It doesn't matter what we do with the rest of this skill tree. We definitely don't want the mana efficiency though. We want it to be 40 mana cost. Do we want to be proccing Elemental Nova? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think something like this. The rest of the points are really irrelevant. I thought we would run out of points, but we're fine. So... Lightning Nova cannot be 40 mana cost though. Right? Yeah, we cannot get the Lightning Nova mana cost to be 40. This can bring it to 21. But Lightning Nova is okay. Bit of extra damage. I don't know. I don't think it's necessary though. What do we do for the last skill point? I think focus will be needed for mana management. I think mana might be a bit of a problem with this build. We could do Lightning Blast. I don't know. I don't think it's needed though. Yeah, I think something like this is viable. I don't know what to do with the last skill point or skill spec. It's only 100% if the skill costs 40 or more mana right here. Your skills which cost at least 40 mana inflict a spark charge on hit. I don't think Nova is 40 mana cost. Elemental Nova cannot get to 40 mana cost. Spell crit is a bit of a problem with this setup, but we can run that fancy new Avenger Scepter. I think that's the play here. I do think we need more int though, and less mana for this build. So yeah, I'd go higher int, lower mana. Higher int, lower mana. Even here. And maybe even considering some cast speed here and there. Like here, we can drop the mana for cast speed. We're down to 2.5. Only 2.5k mana. 180 int. Oh, Nova, you mean Nova itself has spark charges. Where was it? Oh, right here, yeah, 100% spark charge. Yeah, that can work. Definitely better than Lightning Blast. Yeah, whatever. Something like that. Doesn't matter too much. And then in here we go and get that maxed out. 42% of that, no chance. Yeah. All of a sudden we gotta get quite a few procs. We can even think about retaliation chance. Max that out. Spark charge delay. 1 second. Yeah, duration 1 second. Yeah. That's right. The only good thing about Lightning Blast is it could detonate the spark charges early for us. But it's not a big deal. Let's check the passives again. Do we need CDR? I don't think so. With that fancy new scepter, it's gonna be pretty easy to max out the damage or the crit chance. So I think that's what I would recommend here. That basically doubles the crit chance. How's the survivability here? Ward per second, ward gain per cast. Oh, we should probably get the lightning pen. Rune Master is definitely going to be tried and true, right? We definitely know the Rune Master is viable. I'm just trying to figure out, can we make Sorc viable? This can be Lightning Rest Shred. The rest are good. Strand of Souls. Yeah, you don't have too many needs here. We could even just go defensive. Tier 7 int everywhere, tier 7 int everywhere, mana where it can go. Looking good. Crit multi though, a bit on the low side. Oh. Oh, we're missing lightning ages. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, I think I might switch lightning blast just for lightning ages. What's the play here? How do we get lightning ages? Lightning ages is too good. This can be changed as well. And we can even add the lightning ages idols. Cast speed for lightning ages. It's such a high value. We don't have the juicy lightning damage, do we? Nope. Okay, this will have to do. Oops. What did I do? Okay. Something like that. Okay, that's good. We just need a source of lightning ages. It is too powerful to skip. The dagger? Maybe. Chance to cast lightning blast on crit with Frostclaw. You know what? Maybe it is the best play to do this one. I think I like it. Spell crit multi is great. And then we can respec into Lightning Blast. I would make this lightning just so it aligns with everything else. Do we drop Elemental Nova? I guess we drop Elemental Nova. Trying to still fit Elemental Nova, but I don't see it. Let me read this passive again. Your skills which cost at least 40 mana inflict spark charge on hit. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of spark charges for Frostclaw. Yeah, okay, let's get rid of this. I don't think it's good enough. So let's get the Lightning Blast. Let's get the Lightning Ages. And then we can even spec into Spark Charges here. Detonate Spark Charges, why not? And then maybe get a little bit of extra ward, whatever. Chance to cast Lightning Blast on crit with Frostclaw. Okay, that works. Now the only thing is my crit might not be maxed out. It's pretty close though. Okay, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. We lost a bunch of mana because it's a dagger, but I think at the end of the day it's a net gain. Ward gained on crit with Frostclaw. That's gonna be a lot of ward. So many hits per cast. Yeah, I think this is definitely the right play here. All of a sudden we have Lightning Ages. We can actually probably spec into 2 Lightning Ages. Idols. Let's do it. Let's grab another one. The only issue is the suffix on these idols is just such trash, dude. They need to add some good ones. These are all garbage. Absolute garbage. $19 cast speed on its own, it's almost worth it, but damn. Damn. What, get a bunch of health? 3 flat spell. Sheer lightning damage, I guess. That's fine. Oops, I misclicked it again. Yo, let's try again. Let's try again. All right. So we have the 18% cast. Lightning Aegis. Where's my cast speed? There you go. Oh. It's not counting these. That's okay. That's all right. I think we know they're going to be there. Yeah, so something like this. I don't know about Strand of Souls. It's not a must-have. It's not necessary. But something along these lines can work. All res, we get all res from this dagger as well. Yo, what a sweet dagger. You cooked up something? What was it? What is it? All right, well, I think this is kind of it for this build, no? Is there anything else we should be tweaking? I think that offhand is going to be best in slot. I think you need to be using it. It's like double damage, maybe 2.5x damage. Can I lick this one? Sure. Is it done? Oh, one sec. So now that we're not using a wand, we can actually pop another point in here. Because, yeah, we want it to be 20. 18 is too low. Does it round up? Maybe 18 is okay if it rounds up. So it might be 3 points in there. Because if you can get 3 points in there, where do you go? If you can get 3 points in there, you can benefit from the 12 mana regain. So that's something that you have to test out. I can drop this here. Oh yeah, we're dropping the Elemental Nova. Never mind. Yeah, we can definitely afford all of this. Yeah. We're not doing the Nova stuff anymore. We can get the damage. We can get the shock chance. Even, I mean, we don't need the crit chance. But yeah, I think this is going to round up to exactly 40 mana cost. But it has to be tested out. It has to be tested out. Whether it actually procs the spark charges or not. What's the plan for leveling? That's a great question. I think we're going to have to address that tomorrow. These are all the endgame builds that I'm thinking about. So, leveling we're going to have to do tomorrow. But here we have it. We have 5 late game, end game builds. You liking Glacier? I mean, Glacier is probably the most obvious choice. I've played Glacier so much already. No overlap in design whatsoever. Just a tiny bit. But that's what I'm trying to highlight here, though, is with mana stacking, you have so much room to pivot and so much freedom to just play a lot of different kind of builds. I think that's awesome. I think anytime you can do that in a game, it's a win. Current mana baits lightning damage. So how much is that gonna be if we have 3,500 mana? 15% of 3,500. That's like 1,000 flat damage, man. So this is 1,000 flat damage. And it's still not good enough to make Mana Strike good. Legit. Still not good enough. Anyways, yeah, I'll think about the leveling for tomorrow. We'll do another session tomorrow, and we'll focus more on early game. Okay, let me save some of these. Keep in mind that these are not like perfectly min-maxed because we're trying to build 5 different builds in one night, you know. There's going to be tiny little things that are off. So this one is the spark charges with Frost Claw, using the new passive here. I even have 5 unspent points, so obviously it's not like giga min maxed. So you wanted to do the disintegrate one. So this is not the disintegrate one. I think this is the, yeah, this is the disintegrate one. This is the disintegrate one. Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna make a YouTube video about these as well. I'll probably do one for all 5 of them. It's not gonna be exactly a build guide, but just something to highlight for folks. And you know, sometimes giving them 5 builds is better than giving them 1 build. And I don't want to be making 5 YouTube videos, so it's gonna be 5 builds in 1 video. We'll see. We'll see how I package it. I need to think about it, I guess. Yeah, sleep not. All right. Yeah, I think we're good. We got 5 builds off tonight. I think we're gonna take a break here, and we'll do some more tomorrow. I'll try to package these tomorrow afternoon. I don't know if I have enough time though, but I'll give it my best. See if I can make a YouTube video highlighting all 5 of these. It's gonna be difficult to fit all 5 of them in one YouTube video. Not gonna lie. But we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be maybe a long one. We'll see. It's hard to highlight the pivots and the reason for the pivots in a short amount of time for people to understand why we're choosing what we're choosing here. But we'll see. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. And then tomorrow night, I'll do another stream and we'll do early game planning. Early game planning. Because this is all like late game, end game stuff. Freaking loot filters, dude. I'm gonna forget to update my loot filter again, and I'm gonna miss all the nice affixes. All the nice affixes are gonna be invisible. I swear. What do we do here? This is the glacier one. Glaciers? No, this is glacier static orb. This is also glacier static orb. What's the difference between the two? Oh, right. Wait. What is static? Oh, static orb is just for static armor here, isn't it? Better play to slut filter set to none than cursed giga filter. Cursed leveling filter makes everything invisible for you. I heard you like items, so let me do you a favor. Do you a favor. Delete all your items for you. Anyways. This is the glacier one. The glacier damage spec. And then static orb is just utility. Mostly for lightning ages. Yeah. Alright. Good stuff. And then this is the static orb damage one, which uses glacier as mana recovery, mana regen. Okay. Okay. Alright. Very similar. The two are very similar, I have to say. Anyways, we're good. We're good. You guys check those out. I'll try to put up a video tomorrow that goes through all of them. Let's see if there's anybody we can raid. Is anybody chilling? I shared some of them. I shared a couple in the Discord. Loot filter stream. There will be no such stream. Should we give Karna a raid and see what he's up to? Probably doing some sort of melee thing or other. You're gonna force me to do a loot filter stream, hey? We might just have to do it. Man, whenever I stream, there's nobody on when I finish up. I wish there were more people on that I could raid. Everybody else is sleeping already. I haven't seen EMP in a while. Have you guys seen EMP? What is he up to? I haven't seen Perry, but I think Perry just streams earlier. I didn't know, actually I've seen Perry. He's raided me. So I know he's around. What about EMP? What's EMP up to? Usually EMP is the one I can raid because he streams later than I am. Oh, he's working. So he's... But is he streaming? Oh, he's been streaming earlier in the day. I see. Okay, that's a bummer. That's why I don't see him. Well, that sucks. I want people to stream later. So I can raid them. So I can reciprocate. Let's give Connor a raid over here. Let's give Connor a raid. What about Icy Veins? Want an OG site? Okay, let's go. Karna. This dude plays everything, man. I think he's played StarCraft, Dota, PoE, Last Epoch, everything. I didn't even know about Icy Veins. Is that website been around for a while? I don't remember it. Okay. You guys ready? Let's give Connor a raid. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow night. Hopefully I can finish working on the YouTube video tomorrow afternoon to highlight all 5 of these builds. Because on Monday we're going to have to highlight the leveling plan. But anyways, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy Karn's melee, whatever he's cooking. And yeah, take it easy. Let's start the raid. Hope you guys like these 5 builds. And I hope they work out pretty well as well. Anyways, take it easy, everybody. Have a good night. Go Chiso Samadesha.